1 champignonneke tralalala, 2 champignonnekes tra...
Ready? It's okay, Mac. You need to plug this in your laptop.
Okay, we apologize for the delay. Thank you very much for joining us here this morning. And without actually any further delay, we would like to please join me in welcoming Vittoria Bertola, the Head of Policy and Innovation, Open Exchange, who will be talking about the industrialization of open source. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we're setting up the slides. So So we'll get there soon. I mean, I can do it also in part without the slides, but maybe it's better if we can.
There's only one slide. There's another link. There's only one slide.
I can start talking. I think more or less I remember, but if yeah, okay, let's start. Okay, so let's start without the slides, and then as soon as we can also get the slides, we will sync up. So, well, first of all, hello, good morning. Thank you for being here. So my name is Vittorio Bertola. I'm the head of policy of Open Exchange, which is a German open source software maker. We make 2 or 3 email and DNS products well known, where the best known is Dovecot, which is in any Linux distribution as an IMAP server. So the reason why I'm here today is that I wanted to talk about the future of the open source community, and especially around the regulatory trends and policy trends that we see in Europe, but that are extending to the rest of the world. So I'd like not to take too much time. I wanted to also hear some perspectives, especially local perspectives. So in general, I mean, we tend to think that the open source is just about the licensing. So we say software is open source if it's released under a certain licensing model which has certain freedoms. And this is true. But it's important to understand that open source can only exist also because of the development model. So it's not just enough to have that kind of license. There are some assumptions around how the development of the code happens. And there are several, I mean, I call them pillars of the open source development model. So you will see them in the slides, but more or less we can summarize them in 4 of them. One is that you really have no borders. So the development of the code is global. There's no, I mean, you don't get asked a passport when you contribute code. And usually projects have maybe some core developers in a certain part of the world, but then they have contributions from all around the world. And whenever you commit code or whenever you download it, you compile it, you run it, the code and the data flow around the world. Then there's another pillar which is about not having warranties. This is actually written in many of the licenses, but I mean, you use the open source software at your own risk. So the developers don't take any responsibility for any bug or vulnerability, and they will not pay you compensation if something goes wrong. So you cannot expect them to be legally liable for this. And okay. Yeah, you can just you can scroll to the third one. Sorry. Anyway. So we said no. Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. No problem. So we said no borders and no warranty, and then the third one is that there's no compensation. So I mean, sometimes people are paid. I mean, engineers in our company are actually paid to develop open source software, but it's not intrinsic. It's not directly monetized. You're not directly monetizing your code. You're maybe selling services or other things or commercial extensions, depending on which business model you have. But there's no direct expectation, and so this is a problem. It's increasingly a problem because maintainers and developers are often underfunded, often doing this in their spare time, and there are projects that really suffer from lack of paid resources. And the final pillar is that there's no control over the use of the code. So even if you're the developer, you don't get to decide the people that can use the code. Everybody can use the code. You don't get to decide the purpose. So you cannot say, I don't want my code to be used for whatever, military work or whatever, crime or whatever. So these are assumptions, and if you take away these pillars, the open source development model really stops working. But the problem is that now we have to cope with bad things happening. They've always been happening, but there's some high-profile cases that we saw in the recent case. I mean, I think everybody knows about this. So like the Log4j case, which was a pretty famous vulnerability that was discovered. And the point, I mean, as the XKCD, the cartoon shows, is that this was a small library, but it was used everywhere. And so all of a sudden, like hundreds of millions of devices were insecure, and they had a vulnerability that had been there for almost 10 years. And even worse, last year, there was the XZ case in which, I mean, a malicious vector was found, but the problem is that it was there on purpose. So then it was discovered that this vector has been actually introduced by the maintainer of the project. And this person who nobody knew, I mean, it was online, so nobody knew who it was, identity or whatever, just nicknames. And the person had gained the trust of the original maintainer with several years of work, contributing, helping, up to the point in which they gained access rights and release rights for the entire project. And it turns out this was possibly a state actor or a quasi-state actor, so Secret Service or someone, hacker working for some country that wanted to push this vulnerability so that to use this very generally used library to be able to access machines. So this scared really the governments, because the problem is that now FOSS is really a utility. So we tend to think this is like, fun code, it's nice, we like to develop code. But, sorry, at this point in time, I mean, the internet connectivity, the basic platforms, email, messaging, whatever, cloud storage, are really like utilities, like water, electricity. So if they are not there, society stops. All the economy, all the society, public opinion, so they are really crucial, and they are all based on free software. Like over 90% of the code that runs the internet is free software, and the rest maybe is proprietary expansions of free software projects. And so we are at the point in which society really needs free software to be available, to be there, and to be safe and secure. And so this is why now governments are stepping in. I mean, it's usual in any industry. Like when cars were introduced for the first years, it was like startups and everybody was doing whatever they wanted 100 years ago. Then the government, I mean, as soon as it became ubiquitous, governments started to regulate how you can make a car. And it's happening the same for software. It's going to happen everywhere. And the governments have at least 3 categories of problems. So the first one is security. So they have to ensure that the software is secure, because it's so fundamental to society. And so they have to find a way to force the developers to care about security, even if, open source software is generally more secure even than the proprietary one. But there have been cases like Log4j, in which simply there were no resources, not enough resources for security. The second problem that governments have is sovereignty. So this is especially very heavily felt now in Europe, since all the platforms we use come from the US and all the hardware we use comes from China. And so the problem is that whenever there's some kind of even just commercial war with the US, like it's starting to happen, or with China, then you risk, if the other country starts using this as a weapon against you, you're in trouble, because you really need these services. And so how can we ensure, as a collectivity in a country, that the software we use is always available, will not be used against us, will not be poisoned or used as by any foreign country? And the third problem that the governments have is control, because governments want to control content. They want to introduce all kinds of controls, age verification for social media, rather than blocking content, blocking illegal streaming of football matches, whatever. And they need the code to implement this. So they need to force the developers that often don't like this kind of control to implement these features and to keep them in, since the code is open, so you could just compile them out. So they have to find ways to guarantee control. So the problem is that these needs of the governments now are eroding the four pillars. So the need for security is eroding the no warranty thing. So the pyramid you see there is a picture from the European Commission. It's a set of 40 different standards that they are developing by product or general, and any software developer will have to implement to ensure that the code is secure. So the government will tell you how you can write code and how you can maintain it, how you release security fixes and deal with vulnerabilities and whatever. And this is eroding the no warranty, because the developers are legally responsible for the code, and so they will pay damage compensation if the code goes wrong, does something wrong. And or they even go to, there are some cases there might be penal responsibility. You can even go to jail. This is some proposals. And the need for basically for sovereignty is eroding the no borders pillar, because now the government wants to make sure that the local community has the know-how to run the code. And so they would like to use code that is made locally in your country and avoid code that is made somewhere else. And in the open source development model, this doesn't make sense. This just, there are data localization laws, so you have to store your data in the country, not elsewhere. And so all these things are making it difficult to continue or creating problems for the development model. And also, finally, the need for control is, actually eroding the principle that the developers don't control the use of the software. So the government wants you to implement features to restrict the use of the software. And against, there's been a discussion, for example, a big discussion in Debian in Europe, of what do we do if we are required to implement age verification access in the operating system. And some say we should just stop distributing Debian in Europe. But there's a discussion on whether we can, as a community, how to react to this. And so this is what I wanted to say. In the end, this is also going to erode the no compensation principle, because in the end, you need money. So if you're going to be responsible, for damage, for example, then you need an insurance, possibly. Then you need money to pay for it, and it's an extra cost on top of your code activity, which is already maybe a volunteer activity that you do at night or in the weekend. And so you need to pay for lawyers if you get problems. You need, there are extra costs and extra risks that make you think, do I really want to continue doing this? So, in general, is the open source world continuing to work? Can we cope as a community with this? Some people will. I work for an open source company. We already get security certifications, ISO 27001. Because it's a business, so you can find the money to cope with this cost. It's just a bit of extra cost. And also the global open source foundations, people like the Linux Foundation, Eclipse, Apache, these people are already equipping for that. Actually, one of the solutions will be that many projects will try to go into these foundations, have them become stewards, so that they can take care of the legal part and all these responsibilities. And anyone doing this as a job, more or less, there will be an employer that can pay or cope with the responsibility. But the problem is that even in the basic infrastructure, there are projects that are just pure non-profit volunteer projects. So anyway, we are at the end. So in the end, it's will these people be able to continue? And if they stop, what will happen to the entire architecture of open source software? What happens if some libraries become unavailable or unmaintained? There's already maintainer pressure, so there's already maintainers that are complaining and saying, I really can't continue doing this, there's too much to do and I don't have time. So one alternative would be, again, the industrialization of open source, so making all open source a business and getting companies to do this. But of course, we would lose a lot of the original open source development model. And so the question was, can we do something? Or, of course, I don't know if anyone had similar experiences with other countries. This is a discussion mostly in the European Union now, but I wanted to hear feedback if anyone has. So thank you. Do we have time for questions, or we're late? But I think we gained some time. The talk was planned for around 10 minutes. So.
Thank you. I'm so sorry about the delay, but I think we've managed to cover all the topics. So are there any questions? I think we have time for one or two.
Yeah. Or comments.
So what are your thoughts? Where?
No, I think that this, I mean, everybody still has to realize this.
Yes.
So it's coming, it's starting to happen, but it will take years because laws take years.
Yeah.
But I think it's something in which people should start thinking at
Sure.
and saying, how can I cope with this kind of extra responsibilities?
Sure. And do you have any opinions about which way this should go?
I think it really depends on what you do. So if you can, you need some revenue source. So I mean, we have maybe to help the smaller projects to get funding. There are, I mean, when government started to say we have to require developers to implement security or do security a certain way, we as the community went back and said, why don't you put money on the table instead? So the good way to get more security in open source projects is contributing funding for pen tests, for all these kind of security activities and development. And so we might convince the European Commission to put some money for this. But at the same time, I think that's a problem. So basically, finding good ways to get funding.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please give a hand for Vittoria. All right, next up we have Bernd Erk.
It's very good, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Who's the CEO of NetWays and who will be talking about how convenience is killing open standards. Sorry, give me a minute.
That's no problem. Do you have a clicker or just?
Just use the laptop. The internet went offline. And this is why I don't trust self-driving cars.
Wow. Wie finde ich für mobile Datenträger? Das ist groß. Technically, I have it on a stick.
That might be useful.
Should I?
Yes.
Means it takes 2 or 3 minutes, but I can try. Whatever you're up to. Should I go for a USB stick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you want to start speaking while we sort this out.
No, without slides, it's super stupid.
Okay. Sorry. Is it okay? Can we plug the HDMI into his notebook? Will that work? Yes.
Oh, it doesn't have Ethernet. Great. I have HDMI, so.
Oh, we seem to have live.
There's a lot of pictures. Unfortunately, it's a little bit larger. Okay. Ready? I can start? Yes. think so, yes? Yeah, okay. So good morning. Thanks for being with us, being with me so early. I talk about how convincing is killing open standards. So just a super short introduction. My name is Bernd. I work for a German company named Netways and a company named Isinga. We do monitoring. I'm from Nuremberg in Germany, and you can find me pretty much on Blue Sky better now. So I left X. You can find me on Blue Sky if you want to, using GetHash. So what is the motivation for the talk? Coming to my background, I started as a Solaris admin in, I don't know, 1998 or something. I came into the Oracle business and was a DBA for a couple of years and ended up in an open source company like, I don't know, 18 years ago now. And there's a high chance I'll retire there because I really love the job, what we are doing. Another thing is I'm old, and being old is not a quality, it's more like a quantity, of course. But in this industry, we have a very high talent that every 10 years we come up with the same old thing, sell it as a new product and forget everything we learned and start all over. So you get an interesting perspective. After a couple years, you think, I've heard of this something, and you talk to like a 20-year-old person, this is all new, load balancing. And say, yeah, we had this 15 years ago, but this was not Go, it was written in C++, but it worked the same way. And I'm still curious about technology, and even if I have done too much to do with technology on the day-to-day basis, we want to do great stuff and great technology. So looking back and driving back a little bit, at this time, what kind of technology had we, which is now 25, 27 years ago, it was in the department I worked. We were let's say we were the hipster department in the company I worked at this time. There was like the host, IBM, and then there were the hipster newbies working with some Linux, but more like Solaris, HPX. At the time, I worked for a big German retailer. It was like the European Amazon at the time. They are bankrupt now, but at the time they were a big deal. And we pretty much had these technology options. So we could go for Solaris or HPX to solve our problems. We had big goals. Like the web was coming up, e-commerce was coming up, so the demand for new technology and speed and improvement to the traditional IT we had at this time were tremendous. So we really had to adjust the way we deliver software, we build software and run it in a totally different way than the old, like let's say, host procedures we had at the time was like more like a long-term and very static process. And what we wanted is we wanted to have like a good architecture, of course. So we had to consider like how we can do high availability, how we can do scaling and all that stuff in the web, which a lot of the fundamental technology you get out of the box today was not available. So that is what we wanted, to make great architecture. And everything we could do at the time was like going to our vendors we had at this time. It was pretty much Sun, Microsystems and HP, and say, okay, we need this and this. Surprisingly, they had a very good product to solve our problem. So yeah, no problem. You can use this whatever suite, install it. It will fix it. And so whatever problem we had, it seemed to be there's like a proprietary product out there which can provide the solution. But even if we wanted like this, usually we ended up in like this one. So it never worked. So we get a problem, buy this product like 20,000 euros, and then you were ready to run. But every time it never worked. So it was a big disappointment. And the supposed improvement always made it worse. So every time we try to improve and work with the software, and so it's so bad that there's a German word for this. It's like Verschlimmbesserung, which is exactly saying if you want to improve it, make it work. This is the perfect word in German to describe it. You can forget it immediately or you can memorize it because it's pretty helpful. So ending up, it was super frustrated. We were very limited to the stack. We couldn't go out and get something new, so it was very frustrating trying to innovate and improve, but in very strong boundaries. And so what changed at the time was already there, of course, with HPX and Solaris, was there were new standards coming in place. POSIX was there, like POSIX described like the fundamental things, how we work on a like Linux or Unix system, or basic commands like AWK or SED or LS. So there was kind of a standardization coming up. And that was a change to the way we worked. There was Linux was coming in, GNU tools were coming in, so it really changed in a couple of years at this time, like the 2000s, more and more stuff coming up. like older people remember the first Linux distributions where you were more or less like a disc jockey installing the different DVDs to get the right package installed. But I remember back the first time the amazing catalog of software you had and could install, because in the Solaris world there was something like, somebody worked with you with Solaris? I was all too young. Okay, the old like Sun freeware or so, if you can remember, where you get like new tools pre-compiled. And that was something that was really new, because we were able to really get like a big world of software. And also I remember in this Solaris and HPX team I worked, then there was like a Linux guy coming in, and then we totally moved in the other role that this guy was the hipster, and we said, no, you cannot do with Linux. And we ended up that we had like a 40,000 euro Solaris machine in the data center, which is supposed to run our e-commerce shop. But honestly, it ran on his desktop under Linux in his office. That was like the production system, because we never get to work the other system that the load balancing worked. So we drove it on Linux, and we told no one, but that is what worked. And we used the other Solaris machine for CT at home to get up and listening for Extra Live. What also interesting to worth that money. But it was way more interesting, because we get also from the company, we had like outreach, talking to other communities. It was just a great time, and there was also a lot of more diversity in the software stack, working with other people. So it really changed the way we can move forward with the system. And it was just fantastic, because at the time, it was really in a couple of years a different way from working and innovating in IT, because of open standardization, working with other people and having a community. So time flies. So where we are now. I would say it's not so worse. The current status is, let's say it's different. We have a lot of open source, a lot of passion in the IT industry, of course, means you are all here, we are all here for an open source summit here in Bangkok to in some way embrace the open source and community work. We have more open source than ever. So if you pretty much every second slide deck shows some GitHub statistic, how many like projects there are, how many stars and contributors. So is a lot going on. We see a big movement, of course, to the public cloud and hybrid cloud. This is a pretty current numbers, like about 3 months old or so. What we see is that we have a dramatic shift, or let's say, Alice should decide if it's dramatic, but we have a great shift from having on-premise installations going to a hybrid public cloud environment. But I think there's a problem with it. And I would like to pretty much share my thinking and my idea about where we can improve as an industry and can perhaps try to make it better. So first of all, open source is not an open standard, because it's often misused that people say it's all open, but that doesn't mean that it's still open source. It's not an open standard, because a standardized way, and I know it has this, there are challenges with an open standard, because the biggest challenge with having an open standard is that it's slow. It takes some time to establish a standard, because you have discussed what is the best, like I'm talking about a JSON or XML. It takes many years to come up with a standard, how to work with it. But if you think about all the IT stuff you have now, the standardized stuff you work with, you pretty much will learn after a couple of years that the standardized things survive and the other things disappear. So if you want to do something and you try to not learn so much in the future, do something with SQL, you will get a job in 20 years still using SQL. Every 5 years somebody will come up and say document database is the new hot thing, SQL is dead, and in 5 years SQL will still be there. So that's like a standardized way to query databases, and perhaps it sounds to someone super boring, and for others it's a great thing, but you can get an SQL job in 20 years from now, I promise, because it's a standardized way to query data, and it's super smart, it's good, it's fast, and it has one of the superpowers, because it's a standardized way. You can pretty much work on all like ANSI compatible database and do your basic queries and get data out of it. Another thing is that an API is not an open standard. Because often, and of course having an API is super important to work with it, just because a product, a provider, or a tool has an API doesn't mean it's a standard. Perhaps it's a standard way to query something using like a REST or in getting some JSON information, but itself it's not an open standard. So we have a very unbalanced market in there. And if you remember, I had this picture before with Solaris HPX, which is, of course, was not a true picture. This is a true picture. A couple of years ago from the Seattle airport, where you have an unbalanced market, and this is my perspective on this. You have this like going the Microsoft way or the Amazon way. My old friend Taros. It's nothing against Amazon because you asked me yesterday. And you have the other terminals you go into, right? So we have a very unbalanced market, and you can also see that in the numbers that they're pretty much, and if you remember these like hybrid and public cloud movement, pretty much the whole market is distributed to a couple of providers. It's like AWS and Azure leading the race, of course. It's like Google, IBM, Oracle, a little bit like Alibaba, but compared to the others, it's a pretty dominant and a pretty unbalanced, also like geographically and political unbalanced market, which I see is a problem. And that is also a problem having to do with interoperability and standards. So there's a strong relation in my opinion. And there's no real standards. So in this cloud world, for instance, there are standards which have somebody have heard of you of like OCCI and OVF? This is like a cloud standard. It's there for 10 years. Nobody knows it. It's like a standard how it's like open cloud computing interface, I guess, is OCCI, or OVF is used like on VirtualBox and open virtualization. It's all standards, but nobody knows about these standards because pretty much no providers does care about it. And what we see that people try to overcome this non-standardized way to talking to products and providers is they use something else. Because of course you have like your own independent API to talk to your cloud provider, to your own infrastructure at home, but more or less people using some middleware, using Terraform or OpenTofu or Red Hat Ansible to work with the infrastructure, creating kind of, and even this is not like a real standard from, I don't know, WRC consortium or something, but it's kind of an industry standard to get you multiple providers into like an abstraction layer. This is why they are so important. Another thing is Kubernetes. It's also not a standard, seeing it from the standard perspective, but it's a good way in creating interoperability, taking your Kubernetes stuff from one provider to another, going from on-premise to public or hybrid or back and forth. I'm not real expert. I understand, of course, Kubernetes, but I'm not willing to say that's the best way to do it. But the kind of abstraction that Kubernetes provides you, I think, is a good way to create kind of an abstraction layer. Still, it's also like a standard in that universe, not over all the other infrastructure providers out there. But it's still a good way now to create some layer in between if you use like others. So what the impact on open source? What does it mean? So there is good and evil. Playing with open source and keeping open source community alive in the way like providers and platform providers work with open source software they use and provide it to the customer. But it changes the way how open source providers can work. And there's what we see in the market is there's a lot of like fear and protection that a lot of open source software providers come up with their own like server-side licenses, like permitting others to use their software in the infrastructure of a service context. So we have new licenses coming up, which is just a how to say it? It's just a way to figure out where I can still make money with my product because my revenue stream is cut off. So imagine that in a cloud, in an open source business model way, typically you have like a full open source, you have like an open core, or you have some models you sell, or you sell support. A lot of open source companies, if someone has seen the opening keynote from Frank yesterday in the morning, like if you don't have an open core model, you're pretty much as an open source provider, you live from the support. You live from that some companies give you money to support you and get support. But if your product is sold by another entity and you don't have this contact and relationship with your customer, it's super hard to also create a revenue stream for you. So open source and standards need support. So most of the open source, let's say open source products you use in an enterprise or company context is not done by private people. I don't want to say that there's not a lot of private effort and people working, but all the professional enterprise open source software is backed up traditionally by companies. There are these very small like libraries and things. My colleague mentioned before that some guy in Nebraska is maintaining something for 20 years which nobody knows. Absolutely. But the whole majority of software is maintained by companies, and they need your money to support open source and open standards. Even if you buy like a subscription or you buy a support contract by an open source provider, it's just we need it to pay the people. So what does it mean, and where the impact for the future in that? So honestly, of course, I don't know. We see that everything is as a service. Whatever you can imagine as a service will be there and is there now. So we moving to definitely, or we are in a service landscape, and this is true for a business level, but this is also true for a private level. People, industries are used to it, to pay a monthly bill to get their stuff, even if it's like music, where the old ones were addicted to collect all their CDs at home, or their DVDs if you're a movie collector, but we are used to it. So we pay a monthly fee to get our music, watch our videos, get our cloud infrastructure. That's the new normal. And so there's a question, isn't it all commodities now? So shouldn't it be like concerned or worried that this is like unbalanced because it's just like the new normal to consume like infrastructure or consume software or consume infrastructure? I would say yes, you can see it from this way. But if you talk about like commodity, and this is often an example of like how cloud or how infrastructure or traffic is like commodity, that water and electricity is too, you see, which is not true in real life, because it very depends on the place you live on Earth. It's like water is really a right or is a commodity to access water. Like Leicester is very famous, like pumping out Africa with water and selling, like they're pumping out about 50,000 liters an hour of water, and it's crazy expensive to buy a bottle of water in South Africa. And they have a lot of water, but it's like pumped out and sold everywhere else. And so it's totally changing the commodity right to water. Or we see the same with electricity, like the gas price. It means, of course, like living in Europe or getting to know about the war in Ukraine, you know what this spike is coming up. I mean, we in Germany, a lot of the success we had economically in the last century was based on cheap energy we bought from Russia. Wherever you see it, and but it changed the way that energies get crazy expensive, and all the industrial nations have to find a way of getting energy cheaper for the consumer, for the industry, making the shift to renewable energy as well. There's a challenge, but my point in this is not like the energy politics. It's more like that it's not so commodity. It depends on international trade. It depends on providers, and the market is also very strongly controlled on one hand, but there's also a very limited number of people who can provide these natural and resources, which can provide you gas or oil. This is not like you can buy it everywhere. So you are very limited. There's like an oligopoly situation on this. So is it all bad? I would say perhaps. This is of course not all bad, because it's like it's changing. But as also I see that all the things are coming in our field, in our technology world. There's a lot of things which are way better than 20, 25 years ago, because we have learned to collaborate more open, also collaborate over company borders together, which is a great innovation. And coming with this, I get it that convenience, of course, could be a risk. So if you use your iPhone or your Mac, which I do too, there's some convenience because you are trapped in this Apple ecosystem. And I love it. It's wonderful. You take a picture here, you have it there, you write a note here, it's synchronized, you get a phone call, it's on your Mac. It's super great. I love it from the usability point of view. On the other hand, I see that all my money is sunk there, and if I at one point decide to drop out of the Apple universe, so all my money is gone. Everything I bought there I cannot use anymore because it's just in there. So it's a risk I'm willingly to take, but it's there. login is a risk. So if you log into some specific technology or non-open standard, it is of course a risk, which is definitely also a risk you often have to take. And I'm also say sometimes you need to take it, but it's important that you are aware of that you are logging into something, some product, some provider, some governmental restriction which could happen in the future, and you take this risk. And to see it from the other side, of course, slowness is a risk too. So if you come up with a great business idea and say, I would like to, I don't know, create the next, I don't know, food delivery app, we have a great idea in mind. Of course you don't hire like 10 engineers, build your data center, buy 20 servers. You get some infrastructure as a service and try to be very fast in that market, and I totally get it. So first thing is, for all the user using public and hybrid cloud, the priority cloud cost optimization, priority number one is cloud cost optimization. So cloud cost is a really big topic, and if you have ever been to like a KubeCon, it's crazy that you have like the 20 world best cloud cost optimization companies out there. This is like a crazy big market of companies who help you reducing the cloud cost. So this is a big thing. Pricing in a market which is unbalanced has also his downsides. Let's say it this way. And I take insulin because it's just a great example what pricing could mean. So a dose of insulin in the US, and this is just a good example, in 2006 cost about $67. In 2022 it was about $500. So what it means that in the insulin production to overcome like diabetes, there's pretty much no innovation in the last 15 years. So the insulin you get now is pretty much the same you get 15 years ago, but there are only 3 companies provided. So there's a very dense, there's pretty much no market. There's like an oligopoly, which companies provide this insulin. The inventor of insulin sold it for $1 to a university at the time. And this only changed like I guess in 2023, there was like the Build Back Better from Joe Biden, which reduced the cost of insulin to maximum $35, which is now. So there was a political influence and lawmaking process required to bring the price down, that people don't die because they were not able to afford a super cheap medicine, which is super easy to produce, but it was got out of control because the free market does not work in that way. And I think we have to make clear that the abuse of power does not come with a surprise. So if you have a very unbalanced market and you have no open standards and you are locked into a specific thing, you cannot wonder at some day and wake up and says, I didn't know that, I couldn't anticipate that this could happen. So what I would bring up with my talk is the idea of thinking about what we are doing. And I'm often worried if you talk to people who say what they do, how they run for infrastructure, and there's a lot of great examples of big German companies I know. They sold their whole data centers, went to a cloud provider, and surprisingly after 2 years they rented their own data centers back because they figured out they have so much legacy crap which is not built for running into a cloud, because it's just like old software which you cannot put easily into a container because it's some specific for the industry. So then you don't have to be surprised that it does not work. And I would encourage you to think about how you work with this. So if you enter a market, if you enter your login or you enter a specific vendor, think about what open standard is important for you and open interface is important for you to be independent. Also being political independent is something which worries me. This is of course you know a sheep from Venezuela, and there was an act, I think it was 2019 that, and I just would take it as an example, that American companies were not allowed legally to provide services in Venezuela. Which means if you were in Venezuela and have you like a marketing agency and had all your stuff in the Adobe Cloud, you were not able to access all your media and creative data from one day to another because the lawmakers decided not to do so for whatever reason. I don't want to judge if the reason was good or fair. I'm just want to bring up But that it could mean that you have your data in the cloud, and from one day to another, you cannot access it. And that's crazy. And means even we have, let's say the political situation got more crazy in the last months. Let's say it this way. Okay, Taurus has no idea what I'm talking about. But the world is, I would say it's more unstable than it was 10 years ago. And I think we can perhaps agree on this. And nobody knows what's happened tomorrow. Means the worst thing is that champagne is get 200% more expensive in the US. This would hit me hard. Happily, I'm not drinking champagne and I live in Germany, but anyway, that is perhaps not a serious problem, but if you run an infrastructure somewhere, that could be a problem. So what can you do? Perhaps you don't follow every hype, which is, by the way, I think it's always a great thing to follow not the hottest big shit immediately, but perhaps the library or framework disappears tomorrow. So often, perhaps it makes sense to wait some time. I have to hurry up. Nobody really cares if you don't go to the party. I know we have these like FOMO, that we have to be part of something. We need, of course, to buy crypto because everybody is else getting rich with it. We need to use that framework because it's the new shit I need for my resume. But perhaps it makes sense sometimes to step back, look on infrastructure, look on the way you work with IT. And sometimes you just can take more time. Unfortunately, the QR link does not work anymore. But the blog post you can find is very interesting. It's the blog post of the Prime Video team, how they reduced the cost about 90%. You can find it on Google. If you say like Prime Video reducing costs, they went back from like a microservice infrastructure point of view to like a super boring virtual machine infrastructure. And they saved 90% of their money, just going back to a very old fart paradigm of running IT. Of course not hip, but they figured out that they were mostly produce costs moving the data from A to B and B to C and then back, and that just went back to a very lame old infrastructure, and it saved them a lot of money. And there's a lot of examples out there. Cost control. I don't know why people go to a cloud and then start with cost control. So you can start with cost control even if you are on premise or if you're hybrid. It makes sense to figure out, do we really need these resources? But often in like an enterprise context is okay, we have this infrastructure, we have to provide it. Perhaps there's some billing internally, but it's pretty much, we need it. So we fire up all these virtual machines nobody knows we need it for. So there's something you can work on in your infrastructure. Be reasonable, what you use, how to use it. Of course, make sure that your infrastructure interoperability is supported by your providers. Try to prevent a vendor login, which is hard because I remember my own sentence, like using an Apple or using whatever software out there. We always logged in, but it's something you can wrap your mind around it. Support the variety. So support different providers, support the small companies which put a lot of efforts into open source, and even the big brands support open source in a very important way. I want to make this clear, but support the variety of providers and builders and creators out there is important, and it's up to us. Demand contribution. So your provider, your whatever company and supply use, demand that they contribute upstream, that if they improve the software for you, they improve it for everyone else because you participate in the next level with it. Sometimes doubt if it sounds too good. Perhaps sleep about it another night and think about it again. And we as an industry are responsible for having a diverse software environment, having a diverse field of innovation, but we're also responsible for having a diverse field of providers, a diverse field of infrastructure as a service. And also we have the responsibility that a small company is able to enter that market. And if you would like to be an internet provider nowadays, and you say, okay, tomorrow I invest all the money I saved for the last 10 years, I'm going to be an internet provider. It's super hard because try to buy IP addresses. It's super hard. It means IPv6, no problem, but try to buy IP version 4 IP addresses. It's super hard because they're all gone. And all the IP addresses nobody needed, they're also gone because somebody else was smart enough to buy them a couple of years. So it's pretty impossible to enter that market, and it's up to us to create that freedom. And that's it. My time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There.
Have a question? If there are questions,
We don't really have time, but if there's any urgent, yes? We can have just one quick one.
Do you see a big difference between public infrastructure and business or private infrastructure?
Can you repeat the question as well?
I try to repeat the question if I see a difference between public infrastructure and private infrastructure. I would say yes, because the big difference is driving, let's say driving like an open standard private infrastructure is super hard. So for instance, we drive our cloud of an open stack, but it takes many years to really, means all the software is out there, like there's a Ceph for storage and networking, all this stuff, but you need a lot of expertise. And I get it as a company, if you see, I need a private cloud, means even I have an open source and open standard hard, I would say perhaps we should consider buying VMware because it's expensive, but then we can start in a month. You cannot start with an OpenStack in a month. It's pretty much, I would say, it's impossible. So that's a big difference. And in the public cloud, it's of course a way of considering which provider you choose. And I think the big difference, if you are on, and I keep it quick, okay? If you use on a standard level in a public cloud, let's say you are on a level of infrastructure as a service, it's still, I wouldn't say easy, but it's quite good possible to move from one provider to another. So adjust your Terraform and start up the machines, not at Amazon, just as Google or somewhere else. But when it gets really hard, if you get to the next level, like function as a service, Lambda or AI, which is super heavily bound to that provider, it's honestly, it's quite impossible to move from one provider to another. So if you decide, and I want to make it clear again, it's a decision you can make as a company because you need it, we want to be fast, we have to decide to go with one framework. And going on the application level in a multi-cloud provider strategy is really, really hard. But to be honest, then you are in. You are trapped. You have to go with this provider where the provider goes, if it's legally allowed to serve you, wherever the pricing goes, that's it. Private, you still can choose another provider or buy VMware and hire 10 people and build up your OpenStack to use it in production in 5 years. And that's the big difference, I guess. There's a way out.
Thank you very much. And the conversations can continue in the hallway track. Next up, we have Nils Magnus. Are you here, Nils? I have not seen Nils. You're not Nils. Okay. Well, maybe Nils is stuck in traffic. Okay. So maybe he's not here. So if you want, we can continue the conversation if anyone would like to continue with ERC. Otherwise, we can break. We can. So let's do that. Just for everyone's information, the next session will be at at 10:45 a.m. Yes. So yes, sir. So if you can please come on, take a microphone.
Can I just add to my question?
Yeah.
It was a completely different question I wanted to ask.
Okay, that's then all my answer was bad.
Join in.
No, I mean, do you see a difference between public infrastructure in terms of infrastructure which is provided by taxpayers' money
Yeah.
and private infrastructure which is by consumers or companies paid by their privately driven sales decision or buying decision?
But what do you mean with like public infrastructure paid by taxpayers?
So should a state,
Yeah.
Should a state, if they make buying decisions of infrastructure for services they provide as digital infrastructure to their citizen,
Yeah.
should they think definitely different than a private company which is offering services to other private companies or consumers?
I think so, because as like a normal private company, of course it's up to you which like work ethic or supplier regulations you have. But I think as a government, like spending taxpayers' money, you have like a specific responsibility. So I think, for instance, there's one thing seeing it from the open source perspective, that like there's these like, I don't know, public code, public money, public code. That is, once you can see it, if the taxpayer invests money, then it needs to be public. Oh, sorry. Yes, of course. So that is one perspective, and also I think the government has a responsibility perhaps to make sure if the government spends money that the company we spend the money for pays taxes. So that's another perspective, and it's different in the world, I get it, but also in Europe this is a very common thing that money is like double Dutch transferred from one company to another, and at the end no revenue is left and nobody's paying taxes. And if I take it as a practical example, if the Deutsche Bahn, the German railway, decides we sell all our data centers and go to a public cloud provider, I think the government, because we still own the German railway, has a responsibility to make sure that they pay the fair share. And honestly, I'm wondering, we are like a 95 people company. We get like on a regular basis, get like tax control every 4 to 5 years. And they count down how many backpacks we bought for the Christmas party, right? If we bought too many backpacks and if the backpack was like more than 35 euros because then you overcome the tax limit, you're often wondering that some other people don't pay any taxes and overcome this. So this really pisses me off, to be honest, if I think about it. So that's unfair, and yes, the government has a responsibility to decide differently. Perhaps we can follow up later, or I don't know how much time.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
I just wanted to make a comment about the standards and to kind of call for a point that I work for Eclipse Foundation, and I will be talking a little bit later about Jakarta E, and that is about specification and standards. And that is something that users have to demand, not to be locked into a certain provider, and to request standards, whether it is in enterprise Java or it's cloud infrastructure. I think part of the creating a standards, which is slow, and as some popular speakers like to refer to them about being boring, but boring in a good sense, boring being predictable, being reliable, and having a job in 20 years, because whoever started, if you did, with the Java EE once upon a time, or Java, you're still very employable. And we're just, evolving. So anything in cloud infrastructure still needs to be standardized, but it will only happen if there is a strong request from the end user who is using the infrastructure. That's the comment that I was trying to make.
But I totally agree. Means that was my example, like people using some Terraform to create these like standardized level. We see the same with all the AI movement, right? In the European Union, we try to regulate how we work with AI, but this is a big challenge for us as an industry to have a standardization, have like a fair use policy, or whatever you name it. But on the other hand, it cannot cost us like 20 years, because then everything else is gone. Because we have the talent to still discuss things, and the real life happens while we're doing it. And it's also a challenge. But I don't know, Taras, if you want to comment on it. Because you have a microphone, I think.
No, it's fine. I mean, I agree with what folks are saying. Being in the U.S., we don't really have this idea of public infrastructure. And things are changing very rapidly. Exactly.
You are the inventor of the internet, which was public infrastructure, right?
So,
Paid by taxpayers' money.
it was, but we got to get up here. I don't want to get up here.
You're welcome.
Thank you. This is Bern. I've known Bern for 20 years, so I just came to hear his talk. But no, I think that, and these are just my opinions, not my employer's opinions, but one of the things I love about open source is this idea that you can have sovereignty over your own data. As Frank was talking about, I use Nextcloud every day. I use the app I really like is a newsreader. I'm old, okay? You mentioned blogs, you know? It's like, I'm old, I have a blog. There was this thing called Really Simple Syndication. RSS that enabled you to see everything. And when Google killed Google Reader, they basically invented social media. But I do think that that in any country you need to consider where your data is living. If I remember correctly, and I don't know where we stand right now, but the EU had reached an agreement with the United States about allowing data to be hosted in U.S. data centers as long as there was an oversight committee. And I think that oversight committee just got dissolved. Yes. And so I remember in Brussels they were talking about, what are the next steps after that.
There was this privacy shield, which was enabled, but they destroyed it.
Yeah.
And there's like the Cloud Act on the other side, where like now the European German perspective is under GDPR, if it's like hosted in Europe, it's still GDPR compliant because the data is there. On the other hand, there's like lawmaking process in the US that the Cloud Act enables the company in the US need to have access in the cloud overseas. So it's like you can see it from both ways.
Yeah, I think we're going to move into a much more federated model. I mean, Amazon, my employer, AWS, has data centers all over the world, and you can at the moment limit yourself to those data centers, but like you mentioned, there is the ability to shed data to other data centers, so there's a bunch of extra steps.
Yes.
But yeah, we're in an interesting crossroads. I hope it works out okay. But one of the things I love about open source is this idea. Like I recently, for reasons, changed my blog from WordPress to Hugo. First of all, I didn't need WordPress. I mean, I didn't. A static site generator like Hugo was fine. But I ended up having to go through about 1,500 blog posts. And what was interesting was now they're in Markdown. And everybody reads Markdown. Like I'll never have to rewrite them again because I'm not a programmer, so I was on Amazon Q every day asking Q to write scripts to help me convert because Hugo has a translator from WordPress, but it's not perfect. And so we needed to go and edit out some of the HTML that survived the transition and everything. And I just feel better that my data is now in Markdown.
It's a standard.
It's a standard.
Yeah.
And so I think really looking standards. I mean, before coming to AWS, I ran an open source project for 20 years, and it was a Java app. And it was one of those things. It's even though there's all these new fancy languages and stuff like that. I mean, I'm trying to get my brain around Python, and I'm like, wait, if you have a syntax error, you won't find it until execution. And that freaks me out because I used to compile everything because I fat finger everything and it would mess up. But getting back to the question at hand, I think open source is going to play a huge role in that data sovereignty. And you can go and look at options, even on the cloud. You had the slide up here which said very few people are pure cloud, very few people are pure on-prem, and 73%, I think it was, are some sort of hybrid. And I think that's where you're going to go, where you're going to have your most sensitive information you'll probably keep very close to your chest, and the information that isn't as sensitive will be out there. And just to put in a plug for my employer, we are working very, very hard to make sure that our customers, I've never worked for a company that was more customer focused, and I ran a company, so we're trying to make sure that our customers, are protected and that their data is protected and their company is protected too. But as the situation is changing very, very rapidly right now, I would love any kind of feedback as far as any issues folks see with that. But it is kind of weird for me to, not being in Europe, this idea of actually having the government do cool things. Because that was one of the things that we're regretting now is there was data.gov. The United States published a lot of government data in a standard that you could access.
It's removed now?
They're getting rid of it. And now we have archive.org, so again, being open source, there are people who are scrambling to save that information and host it elsewhere. So we'll find a way. And if all we had was Microsoft Windows or Solaris, we wouldn't be doing this. And now that we have Linux and we have PostgreSQL, because there's a whole PostgreSQL thing here, that really makes it very strong. And I think that's going to be the key to the freedom. Anyway, that's just, thanks, Bernd. I didn't.
can't take a dog.
So Nils is here, right? I was just here to help him out.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So this is break time. We will meet back again at 10:45 in about 30 minutes. Thank you very much. We will be starting our talk in about 1 minute. Okay, you can stay on. All right. Welcome to the 10:45 session of Hall 1. Next up, please welcome Nadia Jiang. Did I get that right? Yes. Okay. Nadia Jiang for the talk title Ant Group's 3+ years of OSPO, which is the Open Source Program Office, OSPO's journey to the global stage. Please welcome Nadia. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for joining me today. Today, my talk is about Ant Group's 3 years OSPO journey to the global stage. And before starting my today's talk, please allow me to introduce myself. As you can see, I'm Nadia, and I'm now the head of open source growth and internationalization at Ant Group. But in most situations, I prefer to introduce my community roles instead of my day jobs. Well, I'm the member of Apache Software Foundation. I'm the PMC member of Apache Answer, open source Q&A community tools. And before I joined Ant Group, I was a co-founder and COO of SigmaFault. That is China's largest developer Q&A community, just like the Stack Overflow. Yeah, and additionally, I contribute to many non-profit open source organizations in China, including serving as a board chair of Kaiyuan She, China Open Source Alliance. And I'm also the organizer of many local open source events. For example, the Community Over Code Asia, Dev Together, DevRel Summit, OSPO Summit, or something like that. Okay, let's start. When talking about Ant Group, I'd like to know how many of you have heard of this company before. Please raise your hand. Have you ever heard about that? Okay, many of you have heard of that. Actually, at last year's FOSSASIA Summit in Vietnam, we asked the same question, but significantly fewer people know about Ant Group. And I guess that might be because in Thailand, many shopping malls and stores accept Alipay as a payment method. Yes, and the Ant Group is a company behind Alipay. And there is also an official introduction of my company is that we are a fintech company with over 25,000 employees. And we hope that everyone can enjoy inclusive and green financial services. We hope every small and macro enterprise can have equal development opportunities. And through our open collaboration with partners, everyone can access digital life services with ease. But why would a fintech company engage in open source? I think we can start by talking about the strategy of Ant Group. As China's leading fintech platform, Ant Group announced its ESG strategy for 2030 in June 2022, clearly integrating green and low carbon development, digital inclusion, technological innovation, and an open ecosystem into its key corporate agenda. Among these, the open ecosystem refers to enabling a wide range of industry partners through technology openness and resource sharing. This allows more enterprises and individuals to access Ant's core technological capabilities and innovate together. And from our perspective, trust is especially important in the field of fintech. From the day we started building payment tools, we have been working to create trust between online sellers and buyers. And trust is the foundation of Ant Group's business, and openness is a technological foundation of trust. And that's why we think that openness is very important. And in 2022, following the release of our company's ESG strategy, our CTO emphasized on multiple occasions that open source is a core technology strategy of Ant Group. An open and collaborative technology ecosystem is fundamental to the long-term sustainability of Ant's business and technology. Here is why open source matters to us. First, you can see that open source is an innovative collaboration methodology, especially for infra technologies. Open source is a critical pathway to ensuring continuously innovate, which would prevent us from choosing the dark side and allows joint and collaborative technical advancements. And second, open source is a methodology for building trust and promote technical craftsmanship. Open sourcing infrastructure projects not only brings trust and enhance safety to the technologies, but also a demonstration of the technical social responsibilities of Ant Group. And the third one is that we think open source is a go-to-market methodology to build commercially successful software. Open source acts as a powerful platform for nurturing developer communities, cultivating potential customers, and driving the prosperity of technology products. Open source software works well with business models like freemium or open core. A project community feed project is a catalyzed foundation for potential PMF technical product. And based on our strategy, Ant Group established an OSPO, the Open Source Program Office, and several virtual working groups in 2021 to initiate its early open source governance. And in 2022, open source became Ant's core technology strategy. Our team began to engage more deeply in several open source projects, primarily helping to support top-tier technical projects, for example, Ocean Base and Secret Flow. And in 2023, with the open source strategy becoming more defined, we started to build structured, scalable support for all projects, develop branding activities and tailor programs, and connect and grow with the local ecosystem. And since last year, our team has evolved from an OSPO-style support team to a more aggressive growth team with clearer objectives. And we mainly focus on three aspects. The first one is focusing on key ecosystem projects and talent growth. We prioritized ecosystem critical projects and focused on cultivating talent to ensure sustainable community development. And the second one is that we dive deep into dev experience tooling and developer experience, and to better support project communities and provide developers with an enhanced experience. We dove deep into developer tooling and developer experience. And the third one is internationalization strategy. Starting last year, we began to connect and grow with global ecosystems to strengthen our collaboration and influence at a global stage. And so far, we have achieved some significant milestones in our open source journey. For now, our group currently maintains over 2,000 repositories, and we are proud to have for over 11,000 open source contributors. And the total number of stars on GitHub across all our open source projects has surpassed 534,000. And this is, and in the China Open Source Annual Report released earlier this year by Kai Yuanshe, we can see the enterprise open source rankings. You can see that on this graph based on OpenRank. And our group is ranked 13th globally among tech companies and ranked the 3rd among Chinese enterprises. This ranking doesn't solely rely on metrics like the number of repositories or stars on GitHub. Instead, it evaluates a company's open source influence through multiple aspects. And it's worth noting that Ant Group is almost the only one list here whose core business is not primarily focused on cloud computing or selling B2B softwares. And what open source projects have we brought to the community? You can see that Ant Group has open sourced a wide range of projects that have undergone rigorous testing in massive data scenarios. And these projects represent core foundational technologies in areas like databases, cloud native, privacy computing, and graph computing. And from a technical perspective, our open source efforts are focused on 4 main key areas. That is the human computer interaction, artificial intelligence, distributed computing, and trust native security. And in each of these areas, we have some key or flagship projects. For example, in the area of human-computer interaction, we have the famous open source projects called Undefined. It is a React UI library and enterprise-class UI design language. It has gained a lot of popularity with over 93,000 stars on GitHub. And in the area of artificial intelligence, we have the CodeFuse, a large code model tailored for developers, enhancing programming efficiency. And we have the DBGPT, a very popular project in the community that integrates AI with database management. And DR Rover, currently incubating in the LFAI and Data Foundation. DR Rover focuses on distributed AI training and resource optimization. And in the area of distributed computing, we have OceanBase, a financial-grade distributed database designed to meet the demands of high-performance financial system. And the Kata Containers, a top-level project in the Open Infra Foundation, providing lightweight and secure container solutions. And also the Apache Fury and Apache HorrorDB, both are currently incubating in the Apache Software Foundation, focusing on next-generation distributed systems and databases. And in the area of trust-native security, we have the Secretflow, a privacy preserving computing framework aimed at enabling secure data collaboration across different organizations. And these projects not only reflect Ant Group's commitment to open source community, but also contribute to advancing the industry in critical technological domains. And in addition to understand Ant Group's open source projects by different technical domains, they can also be viewed from different open source strategic perspectives. Overall, our projects fall into 2 different categories. The first one is that the first category includes projects such as OceanBase and Secretflow, which are the group's strategic open source initiatives and explorations into digital technology business. These projects have both open source and commercial versions aiming to explore commercialization opportunities. And the other category consists of projects like design, V, Galaxy, and many projects which primarily stem from internal technology overflow. When our engineers have successfully met internal demands and their technologies have achieved high satisfaction levels within the organization, they enjoy to open source their work in their spare time to allow more people to learn about and use it. This not only enables engineers to realize their personal value, but also reflects our company's contribution to the social value. Here are some examples. And this is a project called Galaxy. It is a powerful Web 3D engine with online editor. It is a very good example. In addition to some basic payment functions, Alipay also offers many interesting interactive scenarios. For example, you can adopt a virtual pet in Alipay, and by feeding it daily, you can earn some points to exchange for real-world rewards such as fruits and eggs. And another example is ant forest. When you engage in low-carbon activities such as walking a certain number of steps or using e-payments, you can collect energy in the ant forest. Once you've accumulated enough energy, an ant group will plant a real tree for you in the deserts of China. And all these engaging features require Web 3D support, and Galaxy provides exactly this capability. And you can scan this QR code to learn more about this project. And another example is on design. It is perhaps the most popular enterprise class UI design language and React UI library in the world, with over 93,000 stars on GitHub. This project was developed by our front-end team, and their vision is very simple. It's that to help designers and developers to build beautiful products more flexibly and work with happiness. And you are welcome to scan this QR code to learn more about this project. Our group has plenty of projects like this. In fact, most of our open source projects come from bottom-up contributions by our developers. Unlike teams focused on commercialization, these groups are usually made up entirely of developers with no dedicated operations or growth specialist. So our team support a lot to them. We've recently built an open source growth engine to give them the help they need. Yes, and that is the open source software growth core engine. The engine is all about helping open source projects thrive from start to finish. It begins from the strategic planning. Understanding the tech landscape, spotting the best opportunities, and coming up with a clear value position using data-driven insights. And the next comes governance, where we focus on setting up the right organization, processes, and principles, as well as tackling compliance, legal, and security considerations. And we also invest in education and talent development to ensure everyone is on the same page. And on the developer experience design side, we create helpful SOPs, checklists, and reference designs, plus detailed technical roadmaps and workflows. We also organize community engagement programs to keep developers involved and excited. And meanwhile, developer experience infrastructure and tooling gives us the essential compliance and security frameworks, speeds up development with data-driven tools, and provides effective community management resources. And the last one is branding and ecosystem. We host events, collaborate with community members, and manage developer engagement to spread the word and build a vibrant community around open source projects. And The following slides show what we, the open source growth engine, have done in the last few years. And this is as part of our work related to the governance and talent growth. We restarted the ANT hackathon within our company to encourage innovations. And this is as part of our developer experience, infra, and tooling work. We built some interesting tools for the open source community. And the first one is that we use the XLabs open source project, OpenDigger, to create Ant Group's open source dashboard to help the projects visualize and monitor their community data in real time. And the second one is that we open sourced a tool called PeterCat, which allows you to create intelligence Q&A bots for your GitHub repositories. And the third one is based on our project called ToGraph. We built OS Graph, a tool that provides visual insights into developer behavior and community ecosystem. And all these infra and tools are designed to help projects build stronger communities. Since the projects are fully open source, we hope to contribute back to the community and collaborate with everyone to explore better community practices together. So you can learn more about the open source tools here. And to help our projects connect and grow with the global ecosystem, we have worked closely with open source foundations global-wide. We are a gold member of the CNCF, where we incubating Dragonfly and sandboxing KCL and Cushion Stack. We also joined LFAI and Data as a general member, contributing our project's DR rover in the sandbox. And recently, we stepped into Finos to explore new fintech verticals and research collaborations. And as a general member of the CCC, we host Oculum. And over at the Open Infra Foundation, we maintained a platinum membership with Kata Containers recognized as a top-level project. And finally, our presence in the Apache Software Foundation grew from 0 to 3 projects, Apache HorrorDB, Apache Fury, and Apache Sita last year, showing our commitment to open source engineering and culture. And by teaming up with these foundations, we are aiming to connect and grow Ant Group's projects on a global scale, sharing knowledge and building a thriving open source community. And in addition to working closely with the foundations, we also maintain strong relationships with many open source organizations. For example, today we are here at the FOSSASIA Summit. I've been collaborating with Hong and Mario for years, actually, even before I joined Ant Group, back when I was at Sigmund Ford. We are already a community partner of FOSSASIA. And today, we listen Open UK CEO's Amanda's talk. I've started working with Open UK since 2023, and I highly encourage everyone to attend their conference, State of OpenCon. It's a fantastic opportunity to foster more global community collaborations. And here are some pictures of our team participating in international open source events. As I mentioned during my self-introduction, my team and I are actively organizing a variety of community events in China, and we also participated in many global events. And first picture is at the Community over Code Asia, and the second one is the Open Source Congress in Beijing, and the third one is the KubeCon in Hong Kong. And KubeCon in Hong Kong. And this is this year's first time in Brussels. And the last picture is this year's State of OpenCon in London. And as we also organize many events in China, such as China Open Source Conference, Inclusion Conference, OSPO Summit, Dev Together, DevRel Summit, and Community over Code Asia. We also warmly invite everyone to submit proposals and share your insights as a speaker at our events. Over the past 3 years, thanks to the joint efforts of our team and our projects, we've seen more and more open source projects grow from ant-led initiatives into true community-driven projects. And looking ahead, we aim to bring even more projects back to the community. To better support these efforts, we have built an internal open source incubator last year, inspired by the incubation processes of the Linux Foundation and the Apache Software Foundation. And this image illustrates the development process of projects within the Ant Open Source Incubator. It covers stages from project review, entering sandbox, moving to incubation, and finally graduation. Each open source project must complete specific tasks at each stage, and our team provides various supports, such as building an open community. And this incubator brings together years of our open source experiences and practices, serving as a reflection of our team's collective expertise. It covers all aspects of open source, from community building, code quality, and compliance. In the next 3 years, we hope to leverage this incubator to support even more internal projects. Staying true to the build in public philosophy, we will share our progress through the events, through the talks, and open source some of our tools and documentations on GitHub. So we warmly welcome everyone to follow our journey and future developments. And that's the end of my today's talk. And welcome to follow us on Twitter. And here is my personal email address, my Twitter, and my LinkedIn. I hope to have more conversation with you off stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe we have time for a quick question, if there's any. Okay, just a quick question for me while Roland gets set up. The ratio of contributors. So for your projects, what is the ratio? Do you keep track of how many contributors are internal and how many external from the Ant Group repos for the projects? Do you know? Yeah, internal and external. How many contributors inside? How many contributors outside?
I'm not sure about the number. Actually, I think most of the contributors are internal developers now.
Yeah.
But many projects of our company are begin to go back to the community, and more external developers are engaged in our projects now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Next up, are we a bit early? Maybe we can wait 3 minutes. Yes. You can bask.
90 seconds. Being 90 seconds ahead of schedule is success.
It's 3 minutes ahead of schedule. That's entirely 180 seconds.
Why? Okay.
You're up at 11:15.
Maybe my clock is wrong.
You don't synchronize your clocks.
It's supposed to synchronize by itself. Oh, okay. Strange.
Why are they not in sync?
I don't know. Mysteries of the internet.
I thought the entire point of GSM was that it's all synchronized with atomic clocks and things. There's a gremlin. I was once somewhere and I put on roaming, and apparently they had set like the time zone setting wrong when they and
It feels like what happened with my phone. Something went wrong at some point. I had to go find it, make it manual because it was wrong.
Yeah, it's like the signal that was coming in was like something like it was set to like GMT, but then we weren't in GMT, the automatic clock sync according to the that comes with the GSM signal was like completely off.
Different continent.
Yeah. One more minute.
I'm trying to deal with that. I built a thing for log processing years ago that ran back-end, assumed UTC for everything because we have customers of the world.
Yeah.
When the new programming team took over, the first thing we did was, we're now going to put in time zone management and to add time zone correction to something that already had time zone correction. So, like, what did you even develop a test before you wrote this code? Did you even notice that the tests were passing before you changed anything? Oh no. Testing. They didn't even test after they code. It went into production. What? And it was in operations when this thing is wrong. Yeah, time was hard.
Sure. It's time humanity outgrew it. That's why I always go for Unix time. No, I'm joking. Yeah, they did. It was. Legacy systems are so hard sometimes. All right, it's time. So, next up, Roland Turner is going to be talking about beyond licensing, addressing the limits of the FOSS approach. Over to you, Roland Turner.
I am both Roland and Turner. It's okay. Good morning. So this talk has had a more difficult genesis than my talks of the last couple of years. The pattern has been sort of in about September to pick a topic and write a brief, and then in between times develop the ideas. This time round I bit off more than I could chew. I've had to toss like more than 2/3 of the content. What I'm going to be looking at is aimed at projects where FOSS is an excellent approach, if and only if it's done well. I'll get into who those are, but there's a whole category of projects where FOSS is unconditionally a great idea. I'm not going to talk about those. That's already a solved problem, not worth talking about. There's a whole category of activities where FOSS is a terrible idea. A lot of internal corporate or intra-corporate stuff doesn't actually make any sense at all to do with FOSS. But there's an intermediate realm where FOSS is a good idea so long as we've thought through some of the problems. And the problems are getting very, very large. So it's becoming more and more important that we do this. So hopefully the resulting talk is mostly coherent. I was chopping stuff out as recently as 40 minutes ago, and hopefully I'll get through it in the remaining 23.5 minutes. The other big issue is I don't have solutions. I've got a bunch of things to look for, but the problems that remain on the table are not actually simple. If they were, they would have been solved some time ago. So it's more a sort of set of things to be thinking about, not a prescription for how to solve it. And as I said, I'm going to be working today only at the project level. There's also a bunch of stuff at the ecosystem level that just made the talk too big. So I've chopped all that out. Well, I'll mention it at the end, but I've mostly chopped it out. One of the big problems is open washing. Open source has become such a big deal that everyone wants to get on board, even if what they're doing really isn't terribly open and doesn't meet the kinds of things that we care about as open communities, and particularly the kinds of things that OSI cares about in certifying open licenses, or that FSF cares about in writing its free licenses. Some, but not all, open core business models just aren't realistically open. There's a continuous stream of license proposals that comes to OSI, which are improved or better for the community, which OSI looks at and goes, ha, no. They are usually about a for-profit business gaining control over contributors or preventing forks, neither of which is compatible with what open source is about. But there's the stakes are high, there's a lot of pressure for this to happen. The other big area is control despite FOSS licenses. This is an entire category of dysfunction by itself. Examples include adding terms of service that one way or another undermine the intent of the open source licenses, and with due respect to the Firefox folks, they really need to be thinking carefully about what they're doing and communicating it carefully. I can see that there might be a reason for them to have terms of service, but the way they've done it is catastrophically stupid. Conditional subscriptions are even worse. The legal picture is not yet clear, but it's at least conceivable that Red Hat has ended copyleft. The fact that Red Hat says, oh no, although the license is absolutely clear, the conditionality is clear in law as far as we're concerned, so long as we're making some upstream contributions on a reasonable timeline that we say are probably the same things, we've complied, sue us. And so far as I can tell, no one has yet worked out how to. And in fact, the Software Freedom Conservancy has gotten as far as concluding that it's not yet possible. This is a very, very serious threat. It means that the foundations with billions or shortly hundreds of billions of dollars behind them may now have a tool with which to end copyleft. So the problems aren't small. The other big issue is essential services. So I'll go into a taxonomy shortly, but historically we thought about free software in the first instance as, oh, it's on an FTP server somewhere, or a CD, or perhaps even a BSD tape, for those who were around long enough to know about that. Distribution is now absolutely critical, and we've just apparently or reportedly seen WordPress violate that as part of an internal fight within the WordPress community, that real-time access was cut off to a section of the community, which, quite apart from any damage that it did, perhaps unjustly, to WP Engine, also disrupted the livings of thousands of people who are not part of the fight, who are being unjustly harmed. Finally, we keep seeing, in fact, the last few years, a rush of late switches to non-FOSS. I'm willing to believe that they are all reactive, that none were intentional rug pulls. But over and over again, corporations are stepping out saying, great, we're going to do everything open, and then 3 years down the track, they're like, oh, this is a terrible idea. We're going to stop. We've hired everyone who's active in the project, and they now take our orders in return for a paycheck, and we're just going to stop working on the open version of whatever it is, and if you happen to want to use the open version, well, that's your problem. The intrinsic problem is scale, or just a bigness. There are aspects that are coming up again and again in more and more projects where you need to wield resources that are infeasible or impossible for an individual to wield. And so it's unavoidable that you're working in some sort of institutional setting. The obvious examples that came to mind are the really big data sets. Wikipedia would not work if it was just download this thing off an FTP server. It works because it's an organization and a working editorial process in place to deal with all kinds of abuses. OpenStreetMap, similarly. The inputs to large language models are, in many cases, simply too large to be tractable. Quite apart from legalities and commercial interests, they're just enormous. There's a related problem, is that a bunch of data is non-public. This is not quite bigness, but it's an adjacent issue that says, if we're wanting to train AI models on medical data, we cannot publish it. Nonetheless, the work is valuable, the outputs are valuable, and all of the other components can reasonably be open source. And so there's Harish has put forward a great idea earlier this morning about sort of renaming the OSI's AI definition as the lesser AI definition, and then producing a version 2 that says, if you want to be recognized as a full open source AI, you must be working on open data. And so it's the same idea as GPL and LGPL. It's not that you can't do it or that it's wrong, but it should be clear to everyone that there's a difference between open AIs that are where all the inputs are open and AIs that are reasonably considered open but can't use open data. Costly iteration is the next issue, quite apart from the sheer size of inputs to large language models. In some cases, you're talking about millions of dollars of compute time to run one iteration of training the model, training the weights. You have similar problems with open hardware that rely upon mass manufacturing. If you've got stuff you can do on a 3D printer, that's great. But if you're talking about things like open laptops or open phones, they're not quantity 1. They're quantity 1,000 or 10,000. And so that means that the cost of iteration is very, very high and much beyond the reach of individuals or even most organizations. Vulnerability detection and response. This is a critical issue for anything that's internet connected. It's something that open communities are getting better at, and the OpenSSF is doing really good work to help get us all better at it, but it costs resources. And this is what's motivating Red Hat and others to sort of, hey, can we make a sustainable, economically sustainable business here without going too far outside the lines? Another one that we've sort of overlooked, but it's kind of sneaked up on us over the last couple of decades, the size of source code generally. Quick show of hands. How many people in this room have personally characterized, diagnosed, or repaired a bug in any of the kernels? any of the browsers, any of the desktop productivity suites, any of the large software that are out around? Okay, we've got myself plus one. More than one of those? More than one of those categories? Oh, okay, wow, okay. It's rare. The amount of code that we rely on is so gigantic that although it's open source in the sense that a community has access and anyone can choose to specialize, as individuals, we are beholden to the efforts of others to customize and to protect. We simply can't do it ourselves in the way that we could 30 years ago with stuff that would fit in less than 1 million lines of code. Personal data, again, coming up in AI cases, there are governance, risk management and compliance issues that are either infeasible for an individual or in some cases are legally impossible for an individual to meet. Nonetheless, they're important, again, particularly in training AI. And finally, authenticity, particularly the management of trademarks. This comes up a lot for open hardware, where it's done really badly, and you end up with very unfortunate dysfunctions where it's extremely difficult for people who are not part of the teams that are making the things to work out which thing on AliExpress is in fact made the way that the open designer claims it's made. So and this is because trademark law is difficult, or at least overlooked. The other, unfortunately, is internal to our community, and that's a sort of unreasonable optimism about what FOSS can and can't achieve. And so, okay, we have the OSI approved hammers, everything is a nail that we're going to, and like, not everything is. Less now, but certainly historically, there was a sort of puritanical approach that says if you're promoting, including FOSSASIA, we hit this with requiring Google accounts to submit talk proposals 5 years ago. Okay, we were wrong on that one. But the tendency to sort of say everything FOSS is good, therefore everything non-FOSS is unacceptable, leads to really bad choices. And worse, provides space for rent seekers to exploit. If you can't see where the edge is, if you're dealing with a simplified model, then it becomes much easier for for-profit corporations to present disingenuous pictures about what they're doing in order to motivate behavior. So I don't wish to beat on my own community too hard, other than to say that it does matter what the expectations are and that we understand what it is we think we're achieving, and particularly that the 2 or 3 groups of free and open source objectives are distinct. They're not the same. The big problem, however, is society at large. We are not in the situation that we were in 30 years ago. It is no longer hobbies or academia. Our stuff now directly affects the lives of at least 6 billion people, and arguably 8. Realistically, even of the 6 billion, less than 0.5% can program a computer. There's a 200 to 1 disparity there in the decisions that we are making that affect everyone. And in reality, a bunch of our decisions are affected by an even smaller number of people who have enough money and power to control the decision-making of the corporations that employ most programmers. I thought about doing a pie chart, but this is like 1/100th of a pixel wide. The disparity is incredible. To ignore this, to fail to deal with it, to fail to take reasonably the needs of at least 6 billion other stakeholders is unconscionable. We're letting it be done to us, we're helping what US politicians are finally publicly acknowledging is oligarchy. We can't keep walking past this. One of the, this is last point's a bit out of scope for this, other than to sort of help make the picture clear. Sometimes within our communities we think, well, hey, I've got access to the code, I can modify what's on my computer, I don't have to worry about Facebook, I can self-host my stuff. This is not addressing the problem. It's not enough, it's not even close. Software freedom is meaningless unless it advances human freedom. We are not defenseless. This is a Levy diagram from Wikipedia, and there are many interesting details about how we defend ourselves against floods. The difficulty is that the guys with the money can raise the water as high as they like. Our defenses have to adapt. It requires continuous diligence. Slides are out of order. Ben Franklin famously said that the figure he called the First Congress had produced a republic if you can keep it. And we're in the same situation. This one's ours to lose. We're here, we built all this stuff, we risk allowing it to be dragged into a means of oppression far beyond anything that's ever existed. The good news is that for the money to do this kind of damage, there needs to be a yield. That means they're focused here, the top 1,000 projects. But there's an awful lot of value and an awful lot of room for resistance in the next 100,000 projects. So it's by no means hopeless. Serious, but not hopeless. Taking a bit of a look at the landscape, self-service licensing has been a world-changing idea. An idea from yesterday's privacy and security track from, I think it was Griva talking about self-sovereign identity in Swiss healthcare. Paper remains important, physical paper, critically because it's peer-to-peer. If you and I agree a thing, we can write it down and sign 2 copies and keep one each. And voila, an agreement has been created and it's enforceable, but we don't need an intermediary. That remains an incredibly powerful capability. And in fact, thanks, the free and open source software relies on exactly the same thing. It's less obvious now, but when it was back when it was sort of FTP servers and CDs, someone you've never met who has a copy of your software can legally share it with somebody else who you've also never met and will never hear of, and still be bound by the terms of the license. Copyleft is an even more extraordinary idea. It's sort of that sort of independent peer-to-peer operation with a freedom-preserving conditionality built into the license. One can't help looking at those 2 things and ask, well, are there some more? Can we pull additional rabbits out of this hat? Not yet. Hopefully, but I can't see any yet. I'd also point out that there's a spectrum of relationships between developers or developer projects and other developers and the public and users. Historically, there was code and FTP servers and CDs and even the open reel tapes. There was even a blog post by the FSF years ago that I couldn't find, musing about how important it was or wasn't for a project to have a website. It was an innovation at one point. We now sort of take for granted mailing lists, hosted code repositories, issue tracking, even DevOps pipelines, the sorts of stuff that GitHub and others provide. Increasingly, projects have vulnerability disclosure points of contact, rapid response, and the upstream and downstream partnerships to make sure that fixes get propagated fast. Because the longer a fix is, the longer a problem is in the wild, the more likely it is to be exploited. But worse, the longer a partial fix is in the wild, the greater advantage that's handed to criminals. Because the fixes themselves signal where to look for the next set of vulnerabilities. Open source adjacent, and even more sort of organizationally involved relationship is the idea of a data commons or data stewardship. I won't get into this too deeply other than to point out that, again, with respect to personal data or large data sets with copyright or indigenous knowledge limits on them, these are data sets that can't be published. Nonetheless, there are ways to have broad collaboration. And so there's another set of relationships that might exist. In terms of what solutions there are, it's looking increasingly unavoidable that legal personhood is a requirement. Whether it's a trust or a 501(c) or a foundation or any of like a dozen other structures that are used, it needs to be able to own stuff. There's got to be some governance mechanism whose decision-making can be sort of compelled to some extent to be for the public benefit. Certainly for the large iterative cost cases, decision-making about when to spend the money to train an LM or to spin a hardware manufacturing run. There is as yet no consensus on criteria, although I'm going to point to some of it. The big problem here is that reliable auditing is infeasible. Even if we get to consensus on what the criteria are, I think the sort of analogous to the free software and open source definitions, organizations are run by people who are in the habit of lying and indeed of capturing auditors. Auditing is expensive and risks capture. So it's by no means a perfect successor to self-service licensing and copyleft. But I'm starting to think we can't avoid it. At the very least, the organization needs to own code, data, or have access rights, trademarks to deal with the authenticity problems and trust anchor problems, domain names likewise. The primary distribution mechanism matters, and especially because you've got to be able to get security fixes out fast to network-connected devices. And in many cases, there are additional cloud services that matter. Again, talking about Swiss healthcare yesterday, the thing was built on IPFS. Well, yes, you can use the public instances, but you won't get adequate properties for the intended use case. So for his particular project, that means hosting your own IPFS network. Variants of this will come up in different ways for different projects, but I suspect that it's going to become more and more common. And now I'm worried about time. People have talked about Ulysses Pacts. The FOSS licenses themselves are a Ulysses Pact. This is you bind yourself in advance so that if you do something bad later, others can stop you or can recover. That's Ulysses lashing himself to the mast so he didn't succumb to the sirens. In telcos, it's number portability. Cory Doctorow has talked at some length about the analogous capabilities in social media, Blue Sky being the case he's looking at. He talks about building the fire exits from the outset and then actively fostering competitive networks so that if you are later captured by VCs, there's a way for your users to escape. But it's worth being aware that bureaucracy costs agility. The more of it you have, the slower you can move. Workable poison pills, not sure. This is a strategy that's used occasionally to slow or stop hostile takeovers in listed companies. Various kinds of, if the boss does this bad thing, then outsiders are empowered to intervene. I can't yet give workable examples, and I'm a little bit concerned about making sure that whoever gets to intervene is less abusive than the incumbent, because once you create that sort of mechanism, bad guys can use it too, but I think it's an area of research. Zomia strategies, I've developed this idea even less. There's a chunk of Southeast Asia where state development has essentially failed, and here you've got entire societies who are actively choosing to do things specifically to frustrate the development of states, and this is particularly in mountain ranges. On plains, it's too easy, but mountains are expensive. I won't go too deeply into that other than to say there's a whole body of research into this method of making life hard for billionaires to get control. Perhaps more practically is RFC 9620, which calls for performing human rights reviews or human rights impact assessments during protocol development and gives an actual checklist of things to evaluate. I'd suggest that this probably applies somewhere early in the governance of an open source project. Think through these consequences. And if you haven't addressed, if there are problems that you can address that you haven't, address them early. That, I think, is the single most practical thing I can point out today. It's also worth noting that this sits in a context of border activism. It's Lawrence Lessig who pointed out that to think about it as norms, laws, codes, and markets, and again, Cory Doctorow has expanded this at some length. As coders, we tend to sort of jam ourselves in trying to think about everything as code, but actually there's a bunch of other ways to intervene, and it's worth our while to develop them. I won't spend much time on them because it's outside of an individual project, but just to bear in mind that there are other ways to address these problems. There's a whole bunch of other places to look, which I won't get into today, except to say that if you are interested in or at all capable of engaging with standards development organizations, please go and talk to the IO Foundation guys today. They're here. They are tackling the problem of large corporate interests capturing standards development in IETF, in ISO, in all of those places. The rest I'll leave for those who wish to read my slides later, because I really am out of time. All I would point out is that the stakes are gigantic. Our work is harming people in the billions. We can't walk past this. Worse, the pressure to concentrate control points is going to go up and up and up. Foundations are a solution, but the foundations are themselves a risk. And the incentives to betray are accumulating continuously, and they will continue to. They won't stop. So, oops, I should have left Red Hat's name out, but never mind. Errors may be unfixable. Depending on what actually happens with what Red Hat is doing to frustrate GPL, it may be the point that it may actually be now the case the copyleft is dead. So it's also not the case that we can wait until after we can see the problem. Or rather, we can, but then we may incur unbelievable losses. So there's a need to be a bit proactive. Hopefully that trimmed form of the thing fitted the time and made some sense. Questions?
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions? Yes.
Hand microphones or?
Okay. Hello. What do you think about the dual licensing approach used by, for example, QT, whereby they have commercial license and also release under LGPL?
In 1997, 1998, it was I who proposed this approach to Mozilla. It's why Firefox, well, Mozilla and then Firefox under NPL was both something that Netscape could exploit commercially, but also had enough openness to allow the broader open source community to use it well. We've learned a bit since then. As I mentioned the difficulty with open core. Some open core models are great, some are not. And I don't yet have a way to write down what the criteria are, but it's a sort of case-by-case analysis, that in some cases it makes real sense to say, yes, this core or baseline thing that's useful to the open community is good, that's fabulous, and the thing that's being sold for money on top is a clearly distinct use case and a perfectly reasonable thing for a corporate sponsor to do. In other cases, not so much. But yeah, this is an area where I feel it would be appropriate to start developing consensus on where the edges are. Because you're right, that's a really common case where the lines are deliberately blurred and the risk of what would be an open project getting itself captured by rent seekers is very significant. So it's I think, a necessary mechanism, but I think we need to develop better our understanding of when to use it.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Hi. So you mentioned like 100 different problems, but one is, the fact I mean, I wanted to focus on the fact that companies sometimes have switched back to an open license, or try to find other ways to force people to pay or to monetize the code. And what I see is that the pressure for this is often not from the company leadership, the CEOs that take it's from the funders. So you start a company, you grow, you get investors, you get venture capitals, and you care about open source, but the venture capitals don't. After a while they say, no, you're just making 5% margin, we want 30% margin, so just find a way to give us margin, we don't care, or lay off your people. And so the problem is how we can get, let's say, ethical funding sources, or funders that accept the fact that maybe the margins will be lower, but they are funding something useful for the collective.
Thank you, and I accept that completely. Coming up with better ways to fund than the default, hey, let the VCs pay us and then hope they don't come back and demand their share, is proving to be a really bad model. So sure, finding better ways to do it. I agree.
And it's very interesting, isn't it? Because, like, for example, with the cryptocurrencies, right? There was an attempt, right, to solve this problem, and it hasn't quite worked out yet.
I very carefully didn't talk about cryptocurrencies, about the capture of Kickstarter on the promise of cryptocurrencies, about the imagined use of DAOs as a solution to all of these problems. You can make your organization just program solutions. Like, no, you can't. You actually make a machine that's easier to capture if you do that. So I hear you. I'm not yet convinced.
Yeah, no. So I'm no. What I'm saying is that there was an attempt. It didn't seem to work out. We still haven't really found that right model, right? It's going to be quite a work in progress. Right?
Yeah, we're back to why I put strike out through solutions. I don't have the solutions yet.
And
sorry? It's work in progress, absolutely. Yeah.
Or we can do it, like old school style in Asia, where we see copyright as merely an abstraction and not a very relevant one, and we can just go around copying everything and call it a day.
That's certainly a different variant of my idea that we shouldn't treat everything as a copyright problem. And that solution has some value. Bunny has dealt with this at length in open hardware, where we're like, the spec sheets are prohibited, and fine.
I remember back in the day, one of the ways that a local company was solving this problem, they issued a software, but then it was a software that was actually embedded into a ISA card, and you had to plug in the card in order to activate the software, and that was quite
dongles with the
yes, but the USB makes it too easy, right? This is like good old ISA cards.
Screwdriver
yes, so it's like fascinating.
Many tools. Hopefully, we can find ways to use them to benefit our communities and the population of the world, rather than harm them.
Hopefully. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Prepare yourself. Coming up soon, we have Nair or Nair? Okay. Next up, we have Biju Nair, who will be discussing open source legal issues, but we will start in 1 minute. In the meantime, how's your trip been?
Good, great. Enjoying some great food.
Excellent.
And enjoying some great company.
Well, it's so glad. It's so nice to have all of you here in Thailand.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the visa was quick.
Pardon?
The visa also was quick.
And how long have you been doing legal work in open source again?
So it's been almost been 15, 20 years now.
Okay. Have you seen any evolution? Because the copyleft license has been around for since its 1970s,
Yeah.
right?
So in various forms, I have seen this evolution because now we see also copyright trolls, which was not in existence. So some unique enforcement by copyright trolls. Previously, it used to be enforced by open source foundations like SFLC or a Free Software Foundation. And now we see copyright trolls enforcing a new type of patent trolls emerging in the open source zone.
Well, there's always interesting dynamics, isn't there?
Yeah,
Especially
so many
in
things
legal
happening.
cases. Okay, well, it's time. So please give a round of applause to welcome Biju Nair, and who will be talking about open source legal issues. Okay. Over to you, Biju.
Thank you. So good afternoon. My name is Biju Nair. I am a lawyer, and today we'll try to cover some of the issues around open source, which we have seen in various forms and in various jurisdictions. So I'll today talk about a global perspective, not a jurisdictional perspective, a global perspective. So what I talk today is not a legal advice. So I represent two communities. One is Open Invention Network, and I also am a founder of a law firm called Legalitech. So what we talk today is not a legal advice for any of you. So some of the issues we will talk today is about copyright, patents, and trademark. So any of you have faced any of these issues? Anybody who has faced any of these issues? Okay, I see a good number of hands. So why do we, when we face these issues, there is a lot of consequence of that. There is financial consequences. There is, community issues which we face. So compliance assurance, risk mitigation, reputational protection, financial cost, and community trust. So let's say you have been sued. You are a project or you are a company which has been sued. If you are a listed company, your shares are affected. If you are a project, the trust and the non-compliance creates a lot of problems for you. So it is always better to do things before you ship your product, whether you are a company, you are a project. So what I wrote about is also called something called check before you ship software. Because unless you don't check it from a legal perspective, things can be problematic once you ship it. Otherwise, there could be legal risk. You could be sued by various entities. You could be sued by a competitor. You could be sued by a copyright troll. You could be sued by a patent troll. So there are various problems you could be facing. So it's always better to understand this risk, and you can do risk mitigation. So it could be compliance, it could be various other things which you can do. So now let's look into copyright infringement. You would have seen various entities, various projects facing copyright issues. So typically, irrespective of the jurisdiction you are in, whether you are in US, you are in Thailand, or anywhere, the law protects the copyright. So when your code is created, there is a copyright which is granted. So in some jurisdictions, there is a registration of copyright required, but most of the jurisdictions, you don't require a copyright registration. So if somebody is using the code you have created without your permission, that is a copyright infringement in most of the jurisdictions. So you have to, when you are using any code of anybody, just see what is the code, who owns it, whether it is owned by a foundation like Apache Foundation, what is your obligation of usage, whether you have to make an attribution or you have to give a notice that this is a code from Apache Foundation. So you would find generally a C and a circle, like at the bottom I have put it there. So that means that there is a copyright on this content which has been created by me. And who owns it? It is owned by Legalitech. So that's where you understand that, okay, somebody has created this, he or she owns it, or this foundation or this company owns it. You have to take permission. And what are the other obligations you have? All those will be there in the copyright notice. So that's what we call it as the copyright notice. Now, let's also look into various licenses. So what are the obligations of yours when you're using that code, piece of code, is in the form of the licenses. So sometimes in a GPL3, it will be a patent grant back obligation. So if you can't fulfill those obligations, which is there in the license, please don't use those piece of code. If you can comply with the license obligations, please use it. Otherwise, you will be in great danger of you being sued, or in some scenarios, you are using this code for building for your clients. So they could be sued. Let's look at it from a automobile manufacturer. There are various vendors for that automobile manufacturer. So if one vendor in the whole supply chain is non-compliant, ultimately it will be the automobile company which could be sued in this scenario. Because I would not know who is the vendor. But I only know that this car has been manufactured by this automobile manufacturer. So it is very important that, especially in the global supply chain, that you are compliant at every level. So it becomes really scary. Because how do you make sure that everybody in the supply chain is compliant? So I think you had a question, how do you choose my license? So there are various factors when you choose a license, because there are different types of licenses. There is copyleft licenses, permissive licenses. So it depends on your use case scenario, because it might be used internally in your company, then things are easy. But if you are going to make it as a product, part of your product, or part of your offerings, then you have to be careful. Like, that's why I gave the example of GPL3. There is a patent grant back clause. So you are a company, you can't use a GPL3, because especially if you are selling it externally, it's not being used, consumed internally, then there is a scenario which has to be looked into. So there are various interests you have to look into. What is the scenario? Whether it is being used in the servers, or it is used by a SaaS entity. What is the objective? What is the license? What is the obligations? Can you meet those obligations? If you can't meet those obligations, please don't use it. So all these criteria are very important. Whether the license also is compatible with other codes or licenses you are using. Let's say there is a GPL2 and there is LGPL. There is an incompatibility in the obligations. So in that scenario, you can't use it. So please look into all these things when you choose a license. That determines what license you should choose. Then many scenarios you would get a copyright infringement notice. Unknowingly, unintentionally, one of your team members in your project or your company used a code which belongs to somebody else. So if you get a copyright notice, infringement notice, look at who sent that. Whether it was sent by a copyright troll, it was sent by an open source foundation, it was sent by a company. If it was sent by a company, look at what was the background to that. Gather all your facts, because it's very important whether there is an actual infringement done by you. If there is no actual infringement done by you, things are different. If there is an actual infringement done by you, then what you should do is look at what is the history of the background of the company or the entity which has sent it. So if there's entities like a copyright troll, so we have seen this scenario in Germany where a copyright troll called McCarty sued. He was part of the same community, but his objective was to make money. There are also enforcements done by entities like Software Freedom Law Center or Free Software Foundation. In those scenarios, the objective is to ensure compliance. It is not money. So you should gather your facts. You should check whether there is actual copyright infringement. What is the extent of damage you have done? What is the extent of infringement you have done? If it is unintentional infringement, in certain cases you have exceptions under the copyright law. It's a fair use exception. So most of the copyright laws have a fair use exception. So let's say you have not used it for a commercial purpose. That could, in certain jurisdictions, you could come under a fair use exception. So it depends on each of those scenarios. So you should be mindful of all these things. So this is the famous copyright troll I was talking to you about, where his objective was to make money. Now let's come to the other issue of patents. So you would have also seen that many entities or the open source foundations, like Genome Foundation was sued by a patent troll called as Rothschild in the year 2019. So what Rothschild expected was that Genome Foundation will pay them money. And Genome Foundation, being an open source foundation, doesn't have money. So what they did was, they joined a community called as Open Invention Network. In fact, I also represent Open Invention Network. Open Invention Network was created to ensure that there is no patent tension in the whole Linux and open source ecosystem. So this is a 22, 23-year-old community, and anybody, you are a project, you are a company, you are anybody in the ecosystem, you can join the community free of cost. There is no commercials to join the community. You join through an e-license where you take a pledge that you will not assert your Linux and open source patents if you have one. We have many community members who don't have any patents. And you get a reciprocal pledge from the community members. So it's a reciprocal pledge, to put it simply, that you will not assert your Linux and open source patents against the community members, and the community members on the same level gives you a reciprocal pledge that they will also not assert. The objective is to ensure that there is no patent tension. So let's understand who creates a patent tension. It could be an operating entity which could sue other companies who has patents, or it could be done by non-practicing entities. They are called NPEs or patent assertion entities. So their objective is they don't have any products and services. They just buy patents from innovators, and then they sue companies big and small, or open source projects, everybody. So these are the two creators of patent tension in the whole ecosystem, open source ecosystem. So what we do at Open Invention Network is that in case you have been asserted by an operating entity, we give you patents to retaliate. In the past, we have seen this in two scenarios. The other case is where you have been sued by a patent troll. So in case of a patent troll, they don't have any products and services. So you can't use the patents in this scenario. So what we do is we give you prior art. With the prior art, you can go and invalidate the patent of the patent troll. So for any patent to be granted, there has to be novelty. Once you can show that there is a prior art, the novelty is extinguished. So you can challenge the patentability of the patent owner itself, and with that invalidation, you can invalidate the patent claim of the patent troll. So in case of Genome Foundation case also, we did the same. Once Genome Foundation was part of the community, we gave them prior art. With the prior art, they went for invalidation. They raised crowdfunding money. And with the crowdfunding money, they went and invalidated the patent troll. So in this scenario, even a foundation was protected. Typically, patent litigation is expensive. So this is one way of mitigating patent troll. The other way is also, we also have tied up with unified patents, where unified patents on behalf of the community also goes and litigates against the patent trolls and settle matters. The other case is of trademark issues, which typically projects and companies face. When they start their project, they don't take seriously their trademark issues. So let's say I started a project XYZ. So I have to, before I use any word, I have to look into whether there is a similar word being used by any project across the globe, because it creates confusion. So it's very important that before you use any name, check whether anybody else is using it in the same domain. Otherwise, there will be a lot of confusion which can be created. So it's always better to look for this and ensure that, and you also for register. Unlike copyright, trademark registration is compulsory across the globe. So it's better to register for the trademark for your project or your thing what you're doing. Most of the communities you would have seen, foundations you would have seen, there is a trademark policy. Who can use it? Who can use my trademark? In what format it can be done? And how it can be used. So you should also, every foundation should have a trademark policy and guidelines so that people don't misuse your name. Like, for example, I use the name of Apache Foundation intentionally and put malware into that. People, when they use that piece of code, they will think that, okay, this has come from Apache Foundation, but it was not from there. So that's a misuse of the Apache's trademark policy. So it's very important that you create a trademark policy for your project and make sure that nobody misuses it. I think I'm short of time, so I also wanted to talk about notices. Once you receive any notices, how do you handle it? How do you handle cease and desist notices? You can seek community advice. You can do a background check, assess the claims. And these are some of the global projects you can look at. So OpenChain is a Linux Foundation project for open source compliance. Whether you're a project, you're a company, you can do a self-assessment of your compliance. So there's some great work happening there. Then there is OpenSSF for security requirements. Because in today's time, if you have a vulnerability breach, there is also data protection laws which can affect you. So it's very important that you make sure that your project or your work there is no data breach because of that. So consequences, I don't have to tell you. You all know that well. Any questions? I don't think we have time for questions, but don't worry, I'm available in the premises.
First, let me check. Is our next speaker here, Nitish? Okay.
He's there.
Sorry, no time for questions.
Yeah, but I'm here. Please feel free to.
Yes, and the slides are very comprehensive, so I believe that you can get a copy of the slides from the repository, wherever that might be.
Available at this email address and the phone number. So anybody, anything, please feel free to reach out to me.
Oh yes, on the page with the session information.
Yes.
The slide, there'll be a link to the slides there.
Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Hello.
So we have another 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Wow. Where are you based?
I'm based out of India.
Okay, which part?
I live nearby the capital of India,
Okay.
in Gurgaon.
Okay. Cool. How long have you been with Gartner?
It's been more than 2.5 years now.
All right.
And yeah, I'm part of this new product called Gartner for Software Engineering Leaders.
Okay.
So mainly talking to software engineering leaders, CIOs, CTOs on a daily basis.
Okay. Apart from the hype cycle, is there anything that you have learned that has been particularly interesting lately?
Yeah, I mean, lately it's of course AI.
Has been what, sorry?
It's of course AI. I mean, lately it's
AI. Okay,
it's,
sorry.
everything is centered around AI. So most of my coverage questions and most of my inquiries have been around AI for quite a while now.
Okay. Is it overhyped?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can say that. In fact, Gartner has a strong position about it. That in fact we released predicts recently. That the vendors might be claiming that you will get 55% productivity out of it.
Right.
But in reality, the results are like 5% or 10% maximum. Of course, it depends upon different use cases, but that's what our position has been.
But AI makes it so much more efficient for me to procrastinate.
Well, I was doing it much better from so long, so I don't know if AI can do better than me.
Okay, well, it's time to begin. So, without further delay, please join me in welcoming Nitish Tyagi, who will be giving a talk titled Gartner's Hype Cycle for Open Source Software. Welcome, Nitish.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I've already introduced a bit about myself, so just to give you a brief introduction again, my name is Nitish Tyagi. I'm an analyst at Gartner, and part of my role is that I talk to software engineering leaders, CIOs, CTOs of mid to large-scale enterprises on a daily basis. Now let's focus on the topic that what's really happening in the open source software world. Let's start with the very fact that every modern software solution out there consists of open source. However, I often get this particular question in my inquiries is, what is the value of open source? I mean, this is pretty confusing, right? You can literally go on a platform and install the software and start using it right away for almost free. But how can you measure the business impact of something that you can freely acquire? Okay, and what would be the possible business impact if open source didn't exist at all? Well, let's look at some numbers. India's current GDP is $3.4 trillion, and we are the 5th largest economy of the world. Let's take another country from Asia, and that would be Japan, and Japan's GDP is $4.4 trillion. If we sum it up, the sum would be $7.8 trillion. The demand value for open source software is $8.8 trillion. What this means is that if open source didn't exist, then every organization who is building or using software would have to invest 3.5 times more than what they are investing right now. This study was done by Harvard Business School, and they didn't include open source operating systems, and I'm also assuming that they didn't include open source LLMs as well. If they included it, we might have been able to include another country's GDP to this. But open source is under the threat, and the threat is called the open washing trend. On the left side, you can see that this is happening by two mediums. So it is related to undermining the true value of open source. And this is happening by two mediums. So first is generative AI controversy. Many organizations claiming their models to be open source, but are they actually open source? Do they provide the level of transparency you require in order to replicate these models? Do they follow the principles of open source? Well, Open Source Initiative recently published the open source AI definition, and they clearly mentioned that models such as Meta's Llama is not open source. The second thing that we are seeing in the industry is some organizations who were maintaining these large open source projects have moved to a more restrictive form of license called the source available license. These licenses look similar to open source, but aren't actually open source, and they put extra restrictions on how you can use or distribute the software. Now, other than this, we also have the ongoing security challenges that have only been amplified over the past years. In fact, according to the 10th annual report by Sonatype on software supply chain, open source malicious packages are increasing at the rate of 156% year over year. Not only that, these challenges have become more complex now. With HZ backdoor attack, we are seeing where a maintainer turned out to be an attacker, we are seeing both open source maintainers and users in a steady state now. The Gartner's hype cycle for open source software is positioned around these ongoing challenges. It includes a number of innovation profiles that you should be focusing on now in order to mitigate the risk and extract the true value out of open source. Now, before I jump to the open source hype cycle, let me explain you a bit what a hype cycle is. Typically, a hype cycle is divided into 5 major stages. The first stage is called the innovation trigger. So here, a profile makes its entry to the hype cycle, and this means that it has just started triggering the nerves. It has just started making some news. From here, it gets more hype, and it reaches to the peak of expectation. From there, it moves downwards, and we start actually measuring the value of it. Some profiles will die out and move to the trough of disillusionment stage, while others will move to a more mature state called the slope of enlightenment. And lastly, some profiles will move to the plateau of productivity and will become a mature practice. Let's head back to the open source hype cycle. So for the ease of understanding, we have divided the entire hype cycle into 4 major themes. Let's look at each theme one by one. Starting with the licensing changes. So the source available licenses, such as business source available license, the one that HashiCorp adopted, and server-side public license, the one that Redis adopted, have made its re-entry into the hype cycle because of the recent shifts that we see in the industry. These licenses, like I said, put extra limitations on use, and these licenses put extra limitations on how you can use, and not only they incur the risk of compliance, but they also incur the risk of monetary losses. Monetary losses can happen in the form of lawsuits, licensing costs, and ongoing resistance in the ongoing software development life cycle. Now, we also saw that both HashiCorp and Redis faced some bad publicity when they made this move. And in fact, we are also seeing that organizations are moving to open source alternative like Vault for Redis. And elasticity as well, it moved back from the source available license to open source license. So this indicates that this profile might move towards trough of disillusionment stage. However, we do recommend that as an organization, your software engineering teams should work with the sourcing and procurement teams and your legal peers to understand the impact of these licensing changes. A better way is to implement the OSS assessment practices. We recommend that you should always assess every open source software project before introducing it into your system. You should check the things like from where the project is getting its funding, what is the licensing model they have adopted, the number of contributors, the diversity of contribution, the quality and security practices followed by the community, and all such things. We are seeing more and more SCA tools or software composition analysis tools embracing these capabilities or partnering with OSS assessment tools. With attacks like HZ backdoor attack, we anticipate that more and more organizations will implement the OSS assessment practices, and this will move towards the slope of enlightenment stage. The next thing that we have is open source AI. Of course, one of the most hyped topic right now, especially with DeepSeek announcement. I mean, why should I pay billions of dollars in hardware if I can, use it for millions of dollars, or if I can pay 10 times less than what I'm paying for commercial models? Well, we are seeing that foundation models obviously pass the peak of inflated expectations, but right now, because of this hype, we are seeing open source GenAI code models and open source LLMs quickly reaching the peak of inflated expectations. From large-scale enterprises such as Meta and IBM to small emerging startups like Mistral, Databricks, and DeepSeek have published their small and large language models. One key thing to notice here is that these models aren't free to use. You still need to invest in infrastructure to run these models, talent who knows how to work with these models, and of course, you also need to provide support to these models. Smaller language models would be cheaper than, of course, large language models while running on infrastructure as well, and you can easily fine-tune them for specific tasks as well. The third theme that we have is mitigate the security risk. Well, whether we see the Gartner survey for CIOs or software engineering leaders, application security turns out to be the topmost pain for most organizations. We are seeing organizations doing a lot of things, and that's why profiles like software bill of materials, application security, posture management, software supply chain have passed the inflated expectation, and we believe that in the next 2 to 5 years, they will reach the plateau of productivity as well. SBOMs are a metadata document, as you are already aware of it. They help you interact in the open source components, while ASPM helps you in providing a holistic view of security across the organization. Like I said, software supply chain is the biggest risk. I mean, who could forget Equifax, right? Who could forget Heartbleed or Log4j? And we already discovered that open source malicious packages are increasing at the rate of 156% year over year. What we recommend is that software engineering teams must work with security and legal teams and form governance policies. They should also use tools such as software composition analysis tools in order to mitigate such risk. The new profiles that have made its entry into the hype cycle are reachability analysis, vulnerability exploitability exchange, and curated OSS catalog. Particularly, we are seeing reachability analysis and vets are making their way to the inflated expectation. The reason is that reachability analysis help you in triaging the vulnerabilities. What this means is that when you are introducing an open source package into your system, you might see that it has dozens of vulnerabilities, but out of them only 5% or 10% are directly exploitable from your code base. Now, I don't mean that you shouldn't be caring about the other vulnerabilities, but this way you can prioritize and deprioritize the vulnerabilities. Reachability analysis is typically used in conjunction with software composition analysis tools and static analysis testing tools. Some tools use vets for this particular purpose. They are a companion to SBOMs and provide the exploitability of a vulnerability in the reference of your product. Curated OSS catalog has also touched the nerves of this hype cycle. What may seem impossible quite a few years back has become more of an adopted practice with artifact repository management tools and software composition analysis tools. We are seeing more and more organizations scanning open source projects for potential vulnerabilities and licensing risk before introducing it into their system. We recommend that you should also add community health assessment to this. The last theme that I have is the strategic use of OSS. And here I just want to talk about two of the very known practices, open source program office and inner source. As you might be aware that open source program office is a centralized office used for building strategies for OSS governance, assessment, and management, and is also responsible for promoting the benefits of OSS across the organization. However, what we are seeing in the industry is once the organization's OSS consumption practices become mature, they decentralize the operations of OSPO and keeping the team much leaner and smaller. This has pushed OSPO towards the trough of disillusionment stage. However, we are also seeing efforts from especially government organizations such as United Nations making a lot of efforts in raising the awareness around OSPO, and we believe that it might pass to the slope of enlightenment as well. We also recommend that organizations should contribute back to the open source in order to extract true benefits out of open source. Typically, the contribution practices start by adopting inner source. Now, inner source helps in developer productivity by breaking down the cultural silos. However, we see very small adoption of inner source. The primary reason is measuring the ROI of inner source is very difficult, especially in the initial days. And organization also lack the cultural motivation. We recommend that you should always start small. Identify an inner source champion along with a small team and identify a small number of projects and start the inner source implementation. We are coming to the end of the presentation, and I have some recommendations for you. The first one is that we discovered that open source is a $8.8 trillion industry. I think it's high time that we should stop taking it for granted and move from ad hoc use to strategic use of OSS. You can do that by establishing OSPO and establishing OSS governance policies and assessment processes and management processes. Second recommendation is automate the management processes. If you are keeping them manual, you end up wasting your developers' time by 30%. You can do so by adopting the use of software composition analysis tools, application security posture management, and assessment tools as well. Third, evaluate the open source AI space. Open source AI space is currently exploding at a very fast pace. You should choose a model based on your use case, the level of transparency that it is providing, and especially judging the TCO. Remember, assessing TCO should be part of your due diligence as these models aren't free to use. Fourth, audit the licensing changes. You should put guardrails in the governance policies for the current products as well who have gone through the changes, who have gone through the licensing changes, and also in future if something like this happens. And lastly, enhance the developer productivity by implementing inner source practices. Now, before I leave the stage, I just want to bring back you to the very first statement from where I started this presentation. Every modern software solution consists of open source. The question that you need to ask yourself is whether we are focusing on it enough or not, whether we are putting enough attention or not. If the answer is no, we at Gartner have published more than a dozen research notes on open source software that can help you in mitigating the risk around open source and extract the true value out of open source. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you so much. I think it's very interesting. I think we've seen from this morning session is that this is going to continue to be an extremely long conversation. Yeah. Are there any questions out there?
Please, please.
We have 3 questions. Well, we're lucky. Just letting you know, lunch is on, and we will be coming back here by, sorry.
Should I ask now?
Yes, yes, sorry.
Okay. So, quite frankly, one of the reasons I wanted to come here was to understand better any issues or concerns in this region about geopolitical fragmentation of open source and the open source creation. Have you seen any hints of that as something that is a growing trend? And if so, what are your thoughts there?
Thank you so much for asking that question. Yes, I mean, this do come up in a lot of our inquiries, especially, when you have, geopolitical wars going on, right? Organizations wants to understand from where the product originated. We don't see it as a trend because, quite frankly, it doesn't come up that often in our inquiries, in our client questions as well. Organizations are already using some tools, particularly tools like Scan OSS is one such tool that can help you in analyzing from where the code is actually originated, whether it belongs to, which country does it belongs to. So that's one of the things that we do see that organizations have already implemented those, those practices. Another thing that I also want to point out that, still there are a lot of organizations who doesn't have the basic awareness about open source software as well. So risk like, geopolitical comes after once you have, solve the problems of vulnerabilities and licensing risk. So that is also a challenge that I often see. But like I said, I don't see it as a trend. There are already tools available there to resolve that particular problem.
Thank you for that question.
Hey, hi Nitish. I work in security, so I could pretty much relate to the entire hype cycle for the past few years. My question is more about the hype cycle as a product, right? It's been there since the 90s. So is it evolving? Like, are there any shortcomings in how you evaluate these projects, especially from the early years when a lot of data is not available? So it's mostly about expert opinion. So how does that work?
Okay, so of course I can't comment about 90s. I just joined Gartner 2.5 years back. But to answer your questions, I think one of the I would say that our hype cycles are based upon particular themes. So as you can see that we chose 4 particular themes that we saw as a trend. It is also based upon the kind of inquiries that we are getting and what we are seeing in the industry as well. So for example, things like licensing changes, that is one of the trend. In fact, it is also a trend in our top technology trends for software engineering for this year as well. So it is typically based upon themes. So it might be possible that in what you are looking for, like for example, you are looking for specific tools in the hype cycle, and we were more focused on the practices. So that could be, but that varies from reader to reader, organization to organization, client to client as well. So like I said, it is definitely evolving. We are much more focused. I won't say it is opinionated. It is data driven, especially depending upon the client inquiries that we are getting. We analysts are taking hundreds of inquiries, in a month on open source software. In fact, I have taken more than I think around 500 inquiries maybe on open source software in the past 1.5 years itself. So yeah, so these are data driven. I won't say these are more opinionated. Depends upon what we are seeing in the industry. We choose a theme and then we decide what innovation profiles to put at which particular location, and then we publish the hype cycle.
Thank you very much. Does that answer your question? I think. Any more questions? No? Okay, well, thank you very much for joining this morning session, and we will be breaking for lunch until 1:30.
Just want to add one thing, that I'm going to be here till tomorrow as well. So if anybody has any questions, happy to answer it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. Testing, testing.